from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas. This is Runway DFW, in color. Now, here is your host, Walt Zwerko.
Did I hear my name being called there? I've got to start. It's Saturday, July 30th, 2022. 30 days, September, April, June, and November, August, 31. So this is the next to last day of 2022, and we're here with you for the next few hours from the second busiest airport in the wide world, here at DFW in Texas. So welcome everybody. We're glad to have you aboard. We've got, you can see some clouds in the sky. It's kind of breezy. It's quite reasonably temperatured at 83 degrees Fahrenheit, and we are here with you from the fabulous DFW Founders Plaza Observation Center here at the big airport. So hang around with us, we'll chat, we'll have fun, and we'll go crazy on Runway DFW. There's the look, the wide-angle view of DFW Founders Plaza. We've got our satellite truck, which is beaming our signal from Runway DFW World Headquarters to you, wherever you might be on the planet. And we're waiting for some planes right now. So let's see who's on board. We've got Somil. Good morning. Somil Bandari. Happy to have you with us. We have our friend Raina Taylor, whose parents are flying to Colorado today, and it's your mom's birthday. Well, happy birthday. Where is our happy birthday song? So Raina Taylor's mom's birthday. Happy birthday to you. And if we're here when their plane takes off to Colorado, we will be happy to bring that to you here on Runway DFW. Chris is with us, the start of a good day. Good morning, Walt, and all the Runway DFW fans out there. Thank you. And we got the Motor City checking in with Brian Ski. Good morning to you. Happy to have you with us from Detroit. Dwayne is saying, hopes that I fed the broadcast crew well. Well, they're accustomed to slim pickings here. The craft service people have not yet arrived, so when they do, I guess they'll be picking up on all the donuts and coffee and stuff like that. Good morning to Wendy. Afternoon. Wendy's across the seas, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So good afternoon to you, or is it noon, or I don't know. It's hard to keep track of everybody who's with us from around the world. As you can see, we're going to be in for a very nice sunrise this morning, I think, because those clouds will reflect and refract the sunlight as it rises. So we should be in for a pretty spectacular morning here. Get our camera 2 reframed here. I keep saying that we're going to have to start a little later because it's really dark here at 6:15, or relatively so. There is the East Tower. While we were setting up, we saw a Lufthansa cargo, I think it was a 777. Did we see it come and go, or just go? I think we saw it come and go. It was not here very long. And we also saw a UPS MD-11 landing from Louisville. And I was not paying that close attention when it came in. We've got a couple of MDs over there now, and you can see one of them pretty clearly. And it looks like those other two back there, I can't tell if they're 757s or 767s. It may be one of each. But at any rate, let me look at the radar here. We've got a FedEx 767 lighting up over on the other side of the airport on its way to Memphis. Don't know if we'll see that. It's unlikely to come over here for takeoff. There's nothing currently lined up to take off on this Saturday morning, and but we do have coming in for fans of Uncle Car Guy in Indianapolis. We've got American Airlines Flight 2782 coming in. It's a Boeing 737-800. And I can't tell the trajectory. Looks like it's going to bring it over to the east side, but it may be the first thing we can see, so we might just focus in on that. We've switched our position a little bit today. We had, as we were signing off on our last broadcast on Wednesday morning, we stayed a little later than we normally do, and the lawn here at DFW Founders Plaza is irrigated, and the sprinklers came on right as we were getting ready to sign off, or as I was thinking about getting ready to sign off. And so the sprinklers came on, and a very kind fellow plane spotter came over and helped me move some of our stuff, which was on the grass. So today I've set up in a little different spot, which is off the grass. It's on cement, but we're still close to a sprinkler head. So I have some concerns, but I think if we're out of here, the sprinklers went off around 11 a.m. on Central Time on Wednesday. So if they adhere to the same schedule, we will try to be out of here before then, or out of the way before then. There you see some early morning plane spotters there in the foreground, as that little dot on in the sky there is the plane, the American Airlines plane coming in from the Hoosier State, where I resided for all of my college years, and then for 5 years after that for my first job at a TV station. Where I was doing this, I was taking pictures in the early days of electronic news gathering. We're just kind of moving away from film. So there's that plane there. Because of the lighting, I don't know if I can go in much further than that and lose focus, so we may just follow it along this way. It is coming over on the east side of the airport. So if you're watching Uncle Car Guy, this one's for you. Now, aircraft that land on the east side of the airport, we don't hear them, and we don't really see them that well. This is about where they dip below the horizon and go bye-bye. And those tails you see to the left of the tower there, well, I can't tell if those are on here on Terminal B. I can't tell. They're on this side or the other side. It's hard to get the perspective. I think that's the tail of the plane that just landed there, moving. So we've got a little bit of an early hiatus here, but we will be seeing the sunrise very soon. That's always fun. Raina's saying, I believe my parents are flying on American Airlines. They're heading to the airport now. Well, I hope I'll catch their flight. We definitely have many American Airlines flights here to view. We say hello to Joshua LeClaire. Good morning to you. Thank you for joining us here on this very pleasant Saturday morning so far. It's going to be another 100-degree day here in North Texas, but 100 plus degrees, and I'm talking Fahrenheit now. Susan Duncan, hello everyone, and hello to you, Susan. Wendy saying it's 1319 in the Netherlands, which domestically here in the U.S. we refer to as 119. You don't see a lot of use of 24-hour time here in the USA. Nothing wrong with it, just we don't use it very much. And OzGaming 9 is saying, hey Walt, good morning. Now OzGaming 9, if you're not familiar, is it's been a YouTube channel for quite a while, but only recently has this young man started streaming live broadcasts from DFW Airport. So I have some competition now, and I welcome it, and I wish OzGaming 9 all the best. Check out his streams. Yeah, the more the merrier. I can't be out here 24 hours a day, right? And OzGaming 9 is 14 years old, I believe he said. So that is quite an achievement to come out here and take on such a big project. But he is super enthusiastic, and I think you'll enjoy what he does. So welcome. Ed Chilcote is saying good morning from Wilmington, North Carolina, where it's a little later than it is here, an hour later at about 7:30 your time. BG saying hello Walt, nice content, many greetings from Berlin in Germany. And we haven't really brought you much content yet. We brought you a plane from very far away, and we brought you some scenes of DFW Founders Plaza here, where we hang out. It's our spotting site. So we hope to bring you some more action before we get too far along.
Over to departure, American 2567.
Let me pop over to the radar here, see what we're in for. We've got a flight coming in from Austin, which is the capital of Texas. It's going to be flight 2563, 737-800, and it should be coming in over on this side of the airstrip, so we'll get to see something landing in front of us. So if you haven't seen that yet, you'll see it. We've got two north-south parallel runways here, and you're looking to the north now. Oh, those clouds look a little ominous, don't they? A little bit. We desperately need rain here. You know, ordinarily I would say, oh no, please don't rain on my show, but you know, I'll get this equipment sealed up tight if it means we get a little rain, because it is just bone dry, and obviously in a situation like this, the fire danger is extremely high. And that coupled with, I don't know if we've had any measurable rain this month in most of North Texas. And it's been 100 degrees or more pretty much every day. So you put all those things together, and we've had some bad fires here. I'm kind of surprised that we haven't had any worse ones. So let it rain, I say, and if it interrupts our broadcast, so be it. The AMX 1972 wants to know, what's the predicted temperature today? Well, let me consult my oracle here. And it's 83 degrees right now. It's getting a little cooler, actually. It looks like, wow. You know, I was wrong about the temperature. It's only going up to 95, and there is a chance of rain most of the day. So lucky us, huh? So here comes that flight from Austin, and I haven't really shown it to you yet. Maybe if you've got a big screen TV, you can see the little the light on the plane guiding its way. I think I'm pointed towards it. There it is. So again, it's coming in on the east side of the airstrip. There's two, I think I started to say there's two parallel north-south runways on this side of the airport. They're both about 2 miles long. And there are three parallel north-south runways on the east side of the airport, which is where this aircraft is going from Austin. It's coming from Austin. And the two primary ones are also about 2 miles long each, and there's a third one which I think is a little shorter. So what we see over on this side is runways 18 right and 18 left. And I don't have enough perspective to tell you which of the three runways this is landing at. Based upon where it is, I'd have to say 18 center, or sorry, 17 center. SB says morning, and HG Williams is saying, Walt, sorry, but I hope you get rained out. And you know what, I'm kind of hoping, well, no, I very much enjoy doing this, but just on behalf of everyone here in North Texas, I hope we do get rained out at some point. Maybe we'll get to see some fun things before then, huh? Our new pal Oz Gaming 9, since it's 6:30 a.m. I'm really still tired, so I'm gonna head back to sleep, and I'll join back at about 9. Walt, keep up the great work. Thank you, Oz Gaming 9, and again, I hope you can check out his fine work. Hey, look, there's an airplane. It is Alaska Flight 287 on its way to Seattle. 737-900. And camera 1 will pick it up from here. And if you're new to Runway DFW or to DFW Airport, yes, you will see more American Airlines and American Eagle planes than you've probably ever seen. Because this is the home base of American, and it controls 3 of the 5 terminals here. But there are a number of other airlines, both passenger and cargo, domestic and international. Alaska is one of them. We've got Delta, United, Spirit, Frontier, and we'll have to talk about Spirit in a few minutes because we haven't been on the air since the agreement was reached for Spirit to merge with JetBlue, which we also have serving DFW Airport. So a Spirit and JetBlue merger would, at least theoretically, increase the visibility of the combined two airlines here. I'm not sure if it would make it the number 2 airline at DFW or not, but they definitely be among the largest if they kept their same route map from DFW. Because pretty much from here, Alaska goes to Denver and Seattle, places like that, and JetBlue flies to eastern destinations. So it works out from here. Trying to get my YouTube monitor going here. So now I have my YouTube monitor up. I can see what you're saying. My setup is that I've got my main camera 1, and right above it are 2 smartphones, one of which is showing me the return feed on YouTube using a different connection than my main connection, and that way I can try to keep track of the quality of our feed. The cellular service here at DFW Airport, at least where we are, is pretty iffy. We don't have any access to hardwired internet or Wi-Fi, so everything's got to be cellular. So we try to be redundant, but it doesn't always work. And we have Carlson Song. I can't read it. My screen's not big enough, but thank you for a new subscriber. And VAMX 1972 says, great viewing coverage. Good job, Walt. Thank you. So here goes this Alaska aircraft off to the Great Northwest. As we said, it's a 737-900 ER. 5 years old, so pretty new bird. You see in the background an American Airlines flight going across the bridge to the other side of the massive complex. Pretty low angle takeoff. I don't No, I'm not a pilot, but must be laden with fuel and passengers. DFW plane spotting says, hey Walt, about to head to DFW for our flight to RDU, Raleigh-Durham. Depart somewhere around 9 a.m. We're going to the east side, and I think the rest of it is something about try to grab our flight. And I'll be on the lookout for it. I can't make any guarantees. The best we can do from our perspective is to see it go up in the air as it climbs from beyond the terminal buildings. So we'll do our best. Greetings to Ryan Paulding. Hello, Ryan. Alexandra Lee says, good morning, everyone. This reminds me of some of my early morning flights out to Vegas. LOL. And from camera one, here is the wide view of our sky this morning. It looks kind of promising as far as rain, at least in some parts, at least as we looked. We're looking kind of northeast now, and as we look to the north, there's more cloud cover. So we've got our fingers crossed here for some rain in North Texas. Stephanie Williams wants to know, will the A380 ever fly out of DFW Airport? Well, it has flown out of DFW Airport. Emirates used to fly it here. Qantas used to fly it here pre-pandemic times. And a few weeks back, British Airways started flying a more or less daily service of the A380 from London Heathrow. That plane is scheduled to arrive usually around 5 o'clock. It often does not meet that time frame. It usually arrives between 5 and 6:30. It just depends on how things are going at Heathrow. So yes, the 380 does fly here. We will not see it on our stream today because we will not be here at that time. I will be at a birthday party for my now 6-year-old grandson. And I'm looking very much forward to that. More greetings from Sebastian Echeverria. Good morning to you. And Tiago Cortez. Good morning to you, sir.
Visual 1 right. Right, clear to land,
John Franco saying, yesterday, clean Fort Hood Regional Airport was busy with about 4 SkyWest American Eagle diversions from DFW due to weather. Did I miss weather here? I didn't remember seeing any yesterday. Or maybe there was wind or something. I don't know. I wasn't here yesterday, so I can't imagine what was diverting planes. All of a sudden, it's very quiet here. Almost too quiet. Camera 1 now showing us the big radar tower and the gigantic, humongous American flag fluttering towards the north, indicating our southerly winds this morning. And I almost see. No, I'm not a meteorologist, but as I point the camera to the north, it almost looks like those are rain bands there. Now the wind is blowing from the south, so it's not coming towards us, I don't think, but I guess we'll see. H.G. Williams says, Walt, the radar scope shows rain around Throckmorton, but it's all headed to the north. Okay. And again, we're pointing towards the north there. The wind is kind of gusting now. And from our location, we have a great shot of this cigarette dispenser, or disposal device. Waiting for the airplanes now. The only well, there's 3 aircraft in a row. It looks like they're all going over to the east side. And I do see the morning operations crew out there here on the west side. And they're now attending to their runway inspection duties. As you saw that little Cessna Super Cargo Master go through the shot there. I hear it revving up. Maybe the oldest plane we see today. It dates back to 1988. 34-year-old aircraft. It is trucking on over to the east side of the airport. You'll see it on camera 2 here shortly as it hops over the bridge. Those old planes go real fast when they taxi. We've kind of got sort of a sunrise going now. A little sunrise music for you. We don't really see those clouds are really kind of keeping us from seeing the full impact of the sun over there, but that's kind of okay for our purposes. At least it's easier to see the aircraft when there's a little shade not pointing our way. Steve Drake, not a fan of the background music. Well, we don't play it all the time. We don't play it when planes are taking off and landing, so you won't miss any of that sound. It does give me an opportunity to take a sip of water, though. And we say good morning to Daniel August, to Ms. Wolf's 13, to Mary Robinson, to our friend Ken G, and to Bill Caldum in Southwest Arkansas. More planes coming in. On the east side of the airport, you see. We don't yet have any coming in over here, but as I said, we do have the runway inspections going on. Camera 2 showing you the north end of runways 18 right and 18 left. In front of us you see an aircraft tail headed to the north side there for takeoff on the east side. It's 83 degrees Fahrenheit here. And for those of you in the rest of the world, that's around 28 degrees Celsius. We are always looking for subscribers here on Runway DFW. I know it's usually it'll get busy right around 9 o'clock Central Time, or 8:30 or so. But for right now, it's just kind of laid back. So if you haven't already, we invite you to subscribe and like our channel. We've got 5,183 subscribers right now. And we're hoping to get to our next kind of goal of 5,500. And if you like our little shindig, you can leave us a super chat here on YouTube, or you can go to streamlabs.com/runwaydfw and support our channel. Our streaming expenses are not inconsiderable cellular bill every month, and our equipment purchases, or just buy me a cup of coffee, which I like to do after I get through with one of these shows. So anyway, streamlabs.com/runwaydfw. You can make a one-time or even an ongoing monthly contribution to our efforts. Much appreciated, but the most important thing is if you can subscribe and like, because that tells YouTube that people are watching this channel, and they should point other people our way to sample what we've got going. So thank you, everybody. So again, we're just kind of patiently waiting for some activities here. I think I see something happening. It's not going to be a jumbo or a super jumbo or even a jet plane. But rather emerging from the DFW cargo hub over there is this Beechcraft C-99, an Ameriflight cargo plane which delivers cargo, in this case, to Amarillo in Texas. And I said the other plane might be the oldest one we see today. I think this one might beat it, because this one dates back to 1982. It's 40 years old. It's entirely possible that the flight crew on board this aircraft is younger than the plane itself. What do you think? And Raina Taylor has just informed me of the flight number for the plane that her parents will be going out on, and that's a plane we can probably see from here. It's going to Montrose, Colorado, and we do see that flight take off regularly in the morning from here. So got you covered if it doesn't start raining, Raina. And there's still no arrivals coming in over on this side. If we pull out a little bit here, we can see there on the left, American Airlines 737 making its way over to the terminal area. Sebastian Echeverria wants to know if I know OzGaming9. I don't know him personally. I've never had the pleasure of meeting him, but I do know of his work. And for those of you who don't know, he's another live streamer who just started offering content from DFW Airport. So we here at Runway DFW wish him the best of luck. He's just 14 years old. And when I was 14 years old, I like to think I would have been doing the same thing. Now, what's this plane? It looks like it's turning back around. It's a go-round. That's interesting. Either something's amiss or they were just, it did have a destination, so. Don't really know. Maybe it's going a different direction to the runway, or perhaps it's going back to its home base. If it turns left there, it's not going back to the hangar, so I guess perhaps it was directed to go elsewhere by the tower. H.G. Williams says, when I was 14, none of this technology existed. And I'll tell you a story. When I was 14, I was building a television camera. And that would have been in the late, I hate to say it, in the early 70s. Is that right? No, it would have been the late 60s. There was a camera kit from some, I think it was some company in Nebraska, and they sold a printed circuit board, the coil you would need for the Vidicon camera, tube, and I sourced the rest of the parts. I gave my dad some specifications, and he found a guy who built a chassis for it. And so I had a TV camera. It never really worked very well. And I'd love to show you some pictures I made with it. The pictures weren't very good, and at that time there was no way to record anything at home. There weren't any VHS or Betamax recorders at home, so I'm not even sure. And of course, there was no YouTube, so you couldn't share what you were broadcasting with anybody. So it was just kind of an experiment. I just punched a camera 4, and you know what? We don't have camera 4 yet, so. BG is asking, don't you have a fence? People can walk into the runway. Well, that is not the case, BG, because the people here at DFW Airport have been kind enough to site this viewing position here at DFW Founders Plaza on a bluff. I'll show you in a minute. So finally we have some action over here. That was American Eagle Flight 33. Is that right? It says American Airlines, but must be American Eagle. Yeah, this is SkyWest. American Eagle Flight 3262 coming in from San Angelo, Texas, a CRJ 701 ER. So anyway, if I can pull out here, there's the fence. There is somebody here, a plane spotter to the right, who is sitting at the top of this hill. But yes, there's definitely a fence here with barbed wire, and we've seen operations crew come by in a pickup truck and check it out to make sure there's no breaches. And there you see the no trespassing sign with some rather uninviting barbed wire on the top of it. So yeah, nobody's getting over on the runway from here, I don't think. This is American Eagle Flight 3976. There it is. I was pointing at the wrong plane. That is coming to us from Springfield, Missouri, I'm going to say. It was an Embraer 175 of the LR variety. And there's our sunrise. Not as... I thought it was going to be a little more spectacular this morning, but that's okay. Kenji was asking, was that bird caught in the fence? I don't see any birds caught in fences over there. Another regional jet coming in. That was from Tyler, Texas, and Embraer 145 this time. And that is not a very long flight at all. Just a 30-minute jaunt from East Texas. Here's another, I want to say, Super Cargo Master. Yeah, that's Cessna 208B. And this one's almost a spring chicken, just 25 years old. HG saying, hey Walt, liven things up, go climb the fence. LOL. I'd have to be a lot younger and sturdier to do that. Coming in from Houston, Texas, from Houston Hobby Airport. American Eagle 5786. And that was a CRJ 900 LR. And you know what? I'm starting to see some lag in our picture. So I'm counting on all you folks out there to let me know if our picture is the victim of low frame rate. Here comes American Airlines Flight 115 from Honolulu. So aloha to Flight 115. This is going to be a 777. So I am getting confirmation that our picture is lagging. So let me see what I can do about that. HG Williams informing us that we've gone to flip book mode. It probably won't look like that on this shot because nothing is moving, so. Ken G is saying there's a slight lag. We'll just go through some messages here while we see if this lag clears up. John Franco saying, I keep wondering if Avalo Airlines, which is headquartered in Texas, Houston, I believe, will ever fly out this way. They have 3 upcoming end-of-year destinations to Florida, Newport News, Virginia, Lansing, and Kalamazoo in Michigan. Yeah, you'd have to have, I guess, I don't know, pretty deep pockets or some chutzpah to try to enter into the Dallas aviation market. So we're going to push forward here. Sometimes this lagging will go away on its own, and if it doesn't, we may have to do a reboot. It seems like we haven't been here long enough to reboot our hotspot. That was American Eagle flight 3832 coming in from Beaumont in Texas. A 54-minute flight on a Embraer 145LR. And yeah, it's clearing up a little bit. There's just something about
3534 switching over 20 right.
I don't know what it is.
Clear line 1 right on me. 3534.
The technology has not yet been perfected, I think, as far as broadcasting live from remote sites. Here's an American Eagle flight coming in from Lake Charles, Louisiana. And no, none of these have been super jumbos yet. That's a flight of almost an hour. Probably will be by the time they get to the gate. It's another Embraer 145LR. A plane that was born in 2004. We are coming to you live and in color from the DFW Founders Plaza, which you see there. There again is the East Tower of this fine airport. And a lot of the flights we see from Louisville or going to Louisville are UPS flights, but this particular one is an American Eagle. That was American Eagle 5745, operated by Mesa Airlines. After an almost 2-hour flight from Louisville aboard a CRJ 900 ER. Okay, we've been coming at you for about an hour now. Things are picking up just a bit. It's I have to admit, it was kind of slow this morning. And on Saturdays, we don't get the cargo action that we normally get on a weekday morning. If my past Saturday experience is any indication, we probably won't be seeing these UPS flights doing any movement this morning, at least while we're here. And you may be able to hear the wind picking up just a little bit. More regional action for you. Coming in from Monroe, Louisiana. CRJ 701ER. It's flight 3273 operated by SkyWest Airlines.
Every Tower American 504, visual 18 right.
I think we finally have some takeoff action here. You see it going through your screen right there. It's American 1794, 737-800, on its way to the City of Angels.
18 right, American 504. Wing runway 18 left, American 1794.
I just said that. So we'll pull out a little bit for you to see this flight from Harlingen, Texas coming in. Some major winglets on that plane. There's the hazy skyline of Dallas in the background. And as this is rolling down the runway, we'll be seeing another American Airlines flight coming in from Portland, Oregon. That'll be an A321 flight 504. Be able to hear that plane coming in the background. And you probably saw in the background the distinctive yellow color of a Spirit Airlines jet. Quickly go over here for an American Eagle flight. It's an Emperor 175. And did I lose it? Yeah. It's off to Killeen here in Texas, a very short flight. And not much runway required for lifting off. And this aircraft coming in from San Antonio, 737-800, American flight 2342. And it is starting to get a little busy here. Seeing some planes coming in. Oh, very kind of you, Sebastian, to wish happy birthday to my grandson, who is 6 years old. His birthday was yesterday, but the big party was today. He had a little birthday cake, or birthday cupcake, sharing at his daycare yesterday. Happy Saturday to you, Hugo DeCara. Glad to see you on board. I guess our lagging has subsided as far as the picture goes. And Raina Taylor say, look out for my parents' flight 2029. So we will watch out for that to Montrose. A flight coming in from Brownsville in South Texas, American Eagle Flight 3106, about an hour and 15 minutes in the air on a Mitsubishi 701ER. Now we've got a heavy coming in. Triple seven coming in from Buenos Aires in Argentina. American 996. So arriving from the southern hemisphere after almost a 10-hour flight. And Ken G is helping us out with the departure, the scheduled departure for Raina's parents, 8:37. So we'll be on the lookout for that American Airlines flight to Montrose, Colorado. You're about to see a Spirit Airlines flight headed to Las Vegas. Go through your screen there. If it hasn't already, I guess it has already. So yeah, we don't know if, we suspect that the Spirit name will die and it's in the merger with JetBlue. Of course, that's dependent on whether that hookup is endorsed by federal regulators. Of course, JetBlue claims that they'll just make more low-cost flights available, and who knows what's really going to happen, or who will gain service and who will lose service. Just don't know. That is American Airlines Flight 2627 on its way to San Diego in California. Which you will see entering your view screen right about now. There it goes. And Ray's saying, I'm not sure what terminal they're in. She's talking about her parents' flight to Colorado, but I'm pretty sure they'll taxi over to the west side for departure, and I'm pretty sure you are right about that. American Eagle Flight 3590 and Embraer 175 coming in from Huntsville, Texas, the southern portion of the state. This is that flight that we talked about earlier going to San Diego. It's an A321. -20-year-old aircraft. And as this takes off, we'll be welcoming another American Airlines plane, this one coming from Austin, Texas, the Texas capital. Will be a 737-800, flight 1632, and I don't hear it yet. Oh, here it comes. There's the flight from Austin. There's the flight to San Diego. And now we learn that American Flight 2029 to Montrose has been moved up to 8:27 a.m. Just about 1 hour from now, here in the Central Time Zone. And Ken is also leaving us for now. Got to get some errands. I know what that's like. So thank you for hanging out with us for a bit there, Ken. Hope to have you back soon. Coming in from Amarillo in Texas, in West Texas. It's an Embraer 175, American Eagle, flight 4046. Here's a question for all you seasoned travelers out there. What's your favorite regional jet? I'm not talking about the big the bigger aircraft, but your Mitsubishis and your Embraers and what's your favorite regional jet plane that you've been on? Because we see a lot of them here. We see most of them, I would say. Here's one. It's a Mitsubishi 900 LR coming in from Midland in West Texas. Just under an hour flight. Mike Lee is asking, will you still be there when I land at 12:20 p.m.? And the answer is regrettably probably not, because as I was mentioning earlier in the broadcast, we were here until 11 a.m. on Wednesday, and that's when the sprinklers went off. And we really, it was almost kind of disastrous for us here as far as our equipment goes. So I don't think we'll be here that long, regrettably. Here comes American Airlines Flight 2286. It's a baby bus A319 from Monterrey in Mexico. And here we have a, I saw this the other day when we were here. We have the fire trucks, the pumper trucks kind of going out and spraying. I don't know if they're clear, I don't know enough about how fire vehicles work. I do know that one needs some engine work done, it looks like. I'm going to swing around now for our morning flight from Maui. That would be our first Dreamliner of the day. A 787-900. Coming on in from the islands. Now back to this pumper. There it goes. It really makes a lot of smoke. Raina Taylor, who's done a lot of flying, says she's voting for an Embraer, and that's very close to the spelling. That's not a we know what you meant. And Patrick McGlone referring to that pumper truck diesel tank engine in that bad boy. John Franco is saying regarding regional aircraft, he'd have to go with the Embraer 175. Last time I flew out of Killeen Fort Hood Regional Airport, my Envoy E175 had more legroom than the American Airbus A320 going to Nashville, Tennessee. And ODuck22 is voting for a Q400 if turboprops count. Of course turboprops count. We don't see many turboprops, any passenger. I don't know if we have any passenger turboprops here. I think American Eagle phased those out in the mid-teens from their fleets, at least from here. I haven't seen any recently. And all the turboprops or prop planes we see here, I believe, are cargo oriented.
Orange right there, 161.
Spoonie is saying go to Terminal D. Terminal D is, of course, the international terminal. You're looking there at the top ends of terminals A and B. And H.G. Williams saying anything that gets me to my region safely is my favorite. Well, that's a very pragmatic choice. So there you see the swooping roofline of Terminal D, the international terminal. And one of our regular viewers actually helped build the roof of that edifice. Worked for, I think he said, a couple of years. He was telling me all about it. And I was mentioning to him that it must be so gratifying to stand here and look at something that you had a hand in building. You know, something that's going to be there for quite a while. I can't even imagine what that would be like. You know, I've worked in television all my life, and everything I do goes out over the air, and then it's gone. It's vaporized. It disappears within seconds. So pretty much everything I've done is very ephemeral. But to have worked on a project like that must be very gratifying. We are, of course, coming to you from DFW Founders Plaza. A great place for plane spotting. Really the only place for plane spotting that's free and legal here. There's some other places where you can pay to go to and get a view, but you know, as far as free, this is pretty good. And there is our satellite truck, kind of shadowed by the sun behind it. We have a small light that we can put on there when it's dark, but our light doesn't really help out at the current time. So it's in the shadows. But that's beaming our signal towards you, hopefully with all the frames and not 15 or 10 or 2 per second. And you just heard an air traffic controller talk about 17 right, the 17 runways, 17 right, left, and center are all on the other side of the airport. We can't see the operations from here. We can see planes coming in for a landing and lifting off from behind the buildings there, but we can't actually see them taking off. And I'm sorry for that swing. Here's an example of a plane coming in on the east side of the airport. It's kind of far off, so maybe on coming into 17 left, which would be the easternmost runway. And that was,
Land 13 left, numbers left 90.
what was that? That we just saw. Can't find it on me radar. So let's see if we can find this flight which is taking off for Cancun, an American Airlines flight. And there it is there. And that's all we can see of a flight that takes off when it lifts up from behind the terminal buildings. Now the sun has emerged from behind the clouds. There you see it. The refraction almost makes it look like there's a UFO over that radar tower, doesn't it? That little green refraction. Silky wants to know if I'm reading the question right, why American, what terminal are you at DFW? And we are not at a terminal. We are across from the terminals. There's 5 terminals, A, B, C, D, and E. We're directly across from B, which mainly handles regional flights, I think, for the most part. Lori wants to know, Walter, are you retired now, or are you still working with one of our local stations? Well, it's weird because I'm working at a station that's just outside of the Dallas-Fort Worth market. I worked in the Dallas market for 30 years, and now I'm working for a station that's out of the market, just out of the market, to the north, in the what they call the Sherman, Denison, Ardmore market. It actually serves 2 different states, Texas and Oklahoma. And there's a link to my biography in the description of this broadcast, if anybody's interested. We have, coming into view, Delta Flight 732. This one's going to Los Angeles, and there it is there. It'll be an A320. And do you know when that plane was built?
1997.
Oh, I didn't. It was potted down. Got to do that again. Let's get it in view here.
That's
That's a little better. 24-year-old 20th century Airbus A320, ready for takeoff to LAX. says, I've been in the DFW area basically since I was born in the 60s, and WFAA is my favorite station. That's where I had worked for that long period of time. Lived in Plano and now in Garland, both Dallas suburbs. I also worked at KDFW, which was so long ago. It's another station in the Dallas-Fort Worth market, but it was so long ago that it was still a CBS station at that time, a CBS affiliate. After I left, it got bought by Fox, and now it's a Fox station. When I worked at KDFW, it was owned by a newspaper which no longer exists.
Departure Delta 732, good morning.
Sam Richardson is joining us. Good morning, everyone, and Walt from Manchester, England. Hope everyone is having a good morning or afternoon so far, wherever you are. And I'm sorry, Walt, I'm a little late. That's okay. I hope that things have cooled off where you are, Sam, because I know that it's been blazing hot there, or at least it was for a while in the UK and on the continent. So I hope things are a little bit back to normal in your part of the world. Here comes a United jet over the bridge. This one's an A320 off to San Francisco. There it is. It's another 20th century plane coming from the year
1993.
1993 doesn't sound that long ago until you realize how many years ago it was. 28 years. But this one has been freshened up in the current United livery with the super graphics on the side, retaining the old continental globe on the tail. And how many of you missed the previous United tail art of the, I guess they called it the tulip, with the kind of stylized U. I guess this is kind of a tribute to Continental, keeping that continuity on the tail.
Hey, Arnaz Alert, runway 18 left, altitude takeoff, United 2371.
So off to San Francisco goes this aircraft. And there it goes. John Franco say, I still remember the blue, white, and orange tulip with United. Have yet to fly them since they started copying Continental Airlines with their liveries since the merger. Runway Collin County is here. Sorry I am late. I came to DFW yesterday, saw we were parking somewhere in a 747 China Airlines cargo. Later saw the Asiana 747 peek out of the cargo area. Some good plane spotting there. Other than the Saul Bass livery, and he's referring to a very famous graphic designer who had worked on United's look earlier. He says, I think United's current livery is nice, especially since they kept Continental's globe for the tail. Raina says, I like the new livery for United, but I love the old livery as well. The new one looks really nice. And Patrick chimes in saying, United has the worst livery, old Continental livery. Sam wants to know, what have I missed so far at DFW? Well, you haven't missed a lot, really, frankly. I mean, we're having fun and chatting with one another, but currently there's not a lot going on, so we can kind of chime in with one another and see what's going on. And Lori had a nice word to say about our broadcast, as I want to thank you, Walt, for streaming from DFW. It's really wonderful to have an excellent quality show here at home, and I'm happy to try to bring you that on a bi-weekly basis at least. So thank you, Lori. That's a very kind comment, and I appreciate that. We've got James Rockwell checking in from Coldwater, Michigan. Thank you for the excellent stream. Thank you, James. Happy to have you here with us. And Ron Sees America is with us. Good morning, Walt. Good morning, everyone. And Ron was who I was talking with, I think it was Wednesday. And he's out here in person quite a bit, and he was telling me about the work that he did on that roof. He said he worked for a couple of years on that distinctive roof line for the International Terminal D. I was telling him at that, when I was talking to him, how awesome it must be just to look out there and see your handiwork there when you come out here, and there it is for everybody to see. All the hundreds of thousands of passengers who go through here every month, seeing it from the ground and from the air. So that's something to be very proud of. And there you go. That roof is my baby, he says. Donnie Palmer is checking in. Good morning, Walt at Runway DFW. Hello to you, Donnie. Good to see you here. A-list flyer kids, good morning, Walt and everyone. Just got home to watch after dropping my brother off at DFW. Hopefully a west side departure on American Flight 558 to Newark. And most of the Newark flights, the typical procedures for them to take off on the east side, we'll try to keep an eye out for it. If you see it happening, and we're not pointing in the right direction, let us know, and we'll try to get there for you. Patrick Glone says a FedEx A300 landing on the far side, and he may have sent that a few minutes ago. Let's see if I can find that, or if it's already disappeared. It's fun to see the A300. Not seeing it on my scope. I may have missed it already. Oh wait. Yeah, it did already land. It's already taxiing towards the FedEx facility over yonder on the east side. So sorry that I missed that. Well, finally we have a plane landing. This is going to be a regional jet. CRJ 701ER coming in from Laredo in Texas on Runway DFW. There it is. Kind of a weird sky right now. We got these high clouds. We're looking to the east right now, so we're going to pan over to the north. There's, of course, is our friend the sun. But as we go to the north, the skies get dark. And so, like, it's bright in front of me, and then behind me it's kind of more dark than it usually would be because of the cloud cover. And I guess I say it's a little unusual because we haven't had a lot of cloud cover here in the last month or so. We've talked about this as far as the the lack of rain in our part of the world. I mean, there's other parts of the U.S. The St. Louis area got inundated with rain and lots of flooding. I think Kentucky had some flooding as well. That was American Flight 1924 coming in from Querétaro in Mexico. Just about almost a 2-hour flight aboard that A319. And that one dates back to the turn of the century, the year 2000. We like to use this gigantic American flag as a kind of a wind indicator here. And I'm going to say, well, let me see what the airport says here as far as what the conditions are here. 82 degrees, 11 miles an hour. Wind from the south. It sounds about right. So I'm looking at our departure board now. We should have coming up Frontier Airlines flight to Las Vegas with the O'Malley the Mallard Duck livery on the tail. We'll have a Sun Country off to Cancun shortly. Well, it should be momentarily, although that may go over to the east side. I don't see it over here. The flight to Montrose, which Raina's parents are on, has an estimated departure time of 8:44. It was scheduled for 8:27, so got about another 40 minutes until that takes off. And Patrick is alerting us to the daily flight from Korean Air from Seoul, just a couple minutes out. That'll be a 787. And that is echoed by runway Collin County. So before it gets here, let's do a station identification, shall we? Here on the Runway DFW streaming network.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW, in color. Now, here is your host, Waltz Worker.
It is Runway DFW. We are at DFW Airport. It is Saturday, July 30th, 2022, and we come to you with airplanes and such. So stick around with us for the next hour or two as we continue to bring you airplanes and stuff. Well, we have that Sun Country plane we discussed earlier. We weren't sure where it was going because I couldn't see it. We knew it was going to take off, and now here it is. It's going to Cancun. But we may peel away for the Dreamliner flight coming in from South Korea. I think that'll be our first international flight of the morning, other than flights to and from Mexico. So yeah, I think we're gonna divert from this. I think you heard the flight crew of the Korean Air checking in on make sure they were going to land on the right runway. And here they come. So we did see the Sun Country plane kind of take off there. This flight from Seoul was it's coming in a little early, in fact. Scheduled at 8:30. Here it is at 8:09, almost 8:10. A pretty shiny new Dreamliner 787-9, just 4 years old. Toddler. There we get a better look at the livery. And we did miss, well, we're not quite missing it, the Frontier flight. So we catch the tail there. Oh, was that a woodpecker? The Pepsi plane. There's a United plane in the old livery. So it's going to Denver at A319. It's kind of hanging out there for a minute or two to get everything, to get final clearance. What is that we've got there? That's not your typical passenger jet that we see, is it? But this is going to take off like a rocket. I've been able to turn my eyes away from the viewfinder to see if there's any information about where that plane is going. It's a Dassault Falcon 2000EX. No destination listed. And I don't have any other information about that particular aircraft. So there again is the UPS cargo area just to the south of us. That's as close as we get to any aircraft coming and going. And again, on Saturday mornings it's usually pretty quiet over there. We did see one or two UPS flights come in this morning before we went on the air. And I see there was a bit of a dust up in our chat room there. Mrs. Runway DFW, I think, has it in hand. And I would just remind everybody, just to be courteous to others here on the stream. We're here to have some fun. We're not here to make anybody mad or annoy anybody. We want this to be a safe space for everyone who's an aviation enthusiast. So if you don't fit in that category, then, we would ask you to not hang out with us, because we want we want everybody to feel really happy and comfortable here. So thank you for all of you who adhere to those very simple policies. No problem, Lori. And Oz Gaming 9, Walt, you are so entertaining. I couldn't stop watching, so now I guess I officially woke up at 6:30. I know, I woke up at 3:30. And at some point during the morning I'll be feeling it, but you probably wonder how long well, I don't know, maybe you don't wonder how long it takes to set up what we do here in the mornings. It takes about, I plan for an hour, and it almost always takes right about an hour. Because as we're currently constituted, there's 3 cameras, a gigantic battery, a couple of tripods, a hotspot, computer, lots of wires, lots of cabling. It all looks very jury-rigged if you were to see it in person. And I think a couple of shows ago we did a tour of our, kind of an impromptu tour of what we do. Oh. Okay, I think we're going to have to move, because I'm going to show you something now that we ran into last time we were here, and it's called sprinklers. And the sprinklers start over there, and then when they get done over there, they move over here. And we are right in front of the sprinklers. Now, we're not on the grass this time, and the sprinklers tend to go in the other direction from us. But I'm trying to evaluate now as to, I think I'm going to have to move back so that we don't have our equipment damaged. You see another plane spotter there with his tripod, just kind of more or less in the same kind of situation I'm in, where he's just on the paved area. But it's going to be a little too close for comfort, I think, for us. So at 8:19, I think I'm going to have to move, and that is not an... I was kind of hoping to go on the schedule that we had the other day, where the sprinklers came on about 11 o'clock. I thought, well, I'll have until 11 to hang out. And I don't want to get conspiratorial, because this is a very inviting place for anybody who wants to watch planes. And by the way, that was American Airlines flight 809 from San Luis Potosi in Mexico. It's an A319. I don't know, does DFW Airport want us here? I don't know. We say nice things about them. But I was hoping that they'd kind of hold off till later. Actually, I wish they would do this in the middle of the night, when probably nobody's here. But yeah, I'm going to have to move this back. So let's see, what should we do? I don't know if I can move this while we are broadcasting. Should I try? I don't have to go too far back, but let me see if I can do this I think I'm going to have to take off my headphones and my microphone. So bear with us. I'm going to put on a scroll. And Roger wants to know, why in the world are they running sprinklers now rather than at night when nobody is there? I don't know. That's what makes it seem so conspiratorial to me. Maybe they don't want us to be doing what we're doing. I hope not. Larry suggests covering the heads with a towel or two. The towels that I have are they're kind of for wiping down things. They would just shoot up in the sky, I'm afraid. But yeah, we have one, I don't even know if you can see it from here. If I move my computer a little bit. You can kind of see it right there as a sprinkler head. And there's our equipment, or some of it. So yeah, I'm gonna have to move. So I'm gonna turn off the microphone. Let me get a crawl going so you guys can see what's going on. Ron says, I'd love to come help, but I probably wouldn't make it in time to beat the sprinklers. I don't think you would be. Okay, so let me get this going here. Just as a way of alerting people who are joining the stream, and they're seeing a consternation going on. Okay, there's our crawl. I'm going to move us out of the way, so please bear with us as we do this. And I'll tell you what, we'll put on a little bit of music. I know some of you don't like music, but we've constructed this just in case. So hang in there with us, and we'll be back in a short time, as short a time as we can do, completing the move. That's dangerous. like 11 o'clock a.m. Well, here we are at our revised position, our revised broadcasting position. I think we're going to be okay. I guess we'll see when the sprinklers get over here. For those of you who are just joining us, we've lost one of our cameras here. Oh, it got unplugged, that's why. Or maybe I never plugged it in. See if we can catch this big jet coming in first here. So that was American Flight 116 coming in from Kahului in Hawaii. A Dreamliner. And I'm still a bit discombobulated here, so bear with me. We have achieved our new position, which is now set back about 4 feet from the perimeter of the sprinklers. The sprinklers have not followed us over here. I thought we were gonna be next, but they appear to be moving over in a southerly direction here. So this other plane spotter just kind of, well, he moved his gear around a little bit. Doesn't have as much as we do, though, as far as setting up.
2335, DFW Tower, 1750 for the land.
So anyway, thank you for your patience. And thank you. I was thanking the gentleman who was helping me move all this gear around. And there's one thing I've still got to plug in. So I'm going to be off mic here for a second, so please bear with us again.
The land and 18 left from critical American 562. B Park 18 left, we're clear for takeoff, on board 3661.
So anyway, there's kind of a view of where we are now. Not as good as it was, as far as the overall view goes. But we had a gentleman who was here, who was here helping me. He was actually listening to the broadcast as he was driving nearby, and he said, "Oh, I heard what was happening. I thought I'd come over and help." It was so nice of him. So now let me get my bearings straight here. See what you guys are saying. Daniel likes our 80s game show music. We're glad somebody likes our music. Ron as well is a fan of our music, as is Lori M. So I see a trend. We would like to give our thanks to Larry Van D, who has presented us with a $5 contribution to Runway DFW. He says, "Thank you for your great streams and positive vibes. I miss DFW. Lived in the colony in the 80s. Things have changed a ton." Yes, they have, Larry. If you haven't been back here since then, I don't know that you'd recognize parts of it. I know I don't sometimes. We moved into one suburb, it must be like 20 years ago now. Seems like close to 20 years ago, before our where we live now, and it had one traffic light in the whole town, and now it's probably got 20. It's grown so much. So thanks again, Larry Van D, for your super chat on Runway DFW. And Brian is also a fan of our music, so 3 thumbs up. That's better than 2 thumbs up. And I do apologize for the spam. We try to filter out as much of it as we can, and Mrs. Runway DFW standing by to hit the delete button sometimes, but sometimes it just gets through, and I don't know. I mean, it's so hard to to do anything on YouTube, and yet these spammers seem to have figured it out. So I do offer my apologies. We try to police it as best we can. We have now coming in from Wichita, Kansas, American Airlines NA319. Couldn't catch the flight number. Oh, isn't this the time we'll be looking out for the Montrose flight for Raina's parents? Should be getting close. I hope I haven't missed it in all this consternation. Ah. Here it is. So, Raina, if you are watching, make note of this time. There is the flight that your parents are on. At least we're having one success this morning, huh? And this aircraft, an A319, again is off to Montrose, Colorado. This is a turn-of-the-century Airbus A319 dating back to October of the year 2000. So, wave. Don't know where you are, but there's all the windows.
Southwest 3909, 6 mile left base, right. Take off 18 left, turn after B Park, American 2029. American Sherwood, going to down, 61. Alright, up a wait minute left, American 1100. Quebec, Zulu, hold short of 170. Tower, American 768, neutral, 177. Next 1768, give to the guy, 17 center, for the land. American 1768. 21, give to the guy, 17 center, for the land. Additional section, American 2374, RNF instructions, they 179, so they got 304, give to the guy, 179, out of Boyd. Dragon 1363, cut it plus today. 63, switch today.
So there is a special favor to our friend and equestrian champion, Raina Taylor. There go her parents off to Colorado.
Left, American 11.
Well, we're going to break away from that for this. Sounds big, right? American Flight 102, Flight 777 coming in from Honolulu. Aloha. It's another older aircraft. born in March of 2001. Safe travels to Raina Taylor's parents. Sounds like a very nice trip. And you're quite welcome, Raina. Happy to help. You've been a big cheerleader for us, and we as well feel the same way about you. Okay, so it is starting to get busy here as we approach 9 o'clock, as it usually does. We're up to 5,206 subscribers today. Not today, but overall. So we're marching towards 5,500. Maybe not today, but we've got some new folks join us today, so we're happy to see all you guys with us. We have Sam Landis joining us on a happy, steamy morning from Galveston on the Texas Gulf Coast. We get a bit of that humidity up here too, Sam, I gotta say. It's not usually a dry heat. An American Eagle, Embraer 175. This one coming in from south of the border in Aguascalientes, Mexico. Got a flight coming in from San Antonio now, in Texas. From a real bird to a metal bird. Well, look at all those planes. How am I ever going to figure out which one is which? So several of you knew that was a mockingbird. I had no idea. I was told by who was it that told me this? We'll get back to that story in a minute. As soon as I find this plane, there's a lot of sun glare coming in now.
Have a great day.
This plane is going to Austin, this A321. And in the meanwhile, we've got another American plane coming in for a landing. No, actually, that's the Austin plane landing. I misread. The plane that was taking off was off to McAllen in South Texas. That's what I mean when the flights come so fast and furious. Sometimes I get a little cross-eyed. Oh, here come the sprinklers now. The sprinklers that are adjacent to us. So I got a little distracted because here they are. And hopefully we'll be able to steer clear of their spray. There's a One World livery. As it flew through the spray. That's coming in from Mexico City. That's 737-800 American flight 1066. See if we can get sprinkler cam engaged here. There we go. These aren't the sprinklers that are closest to us, so I don't know if we'll luck out or not. That's what we're trying to steer clear of. We're trying to keep that from spraying on our sensitive electronic equipment. Good morning to Kells, 1136 from Oakland, California. Good morning to you. And Runway Collin County wants to know if we've seen any 747s yet today, and the answer is no. At least I haven't. I didn't look overnight to see if any came in, but I haven't seen any arriving or departing. Bill Caldham has to sign off for a bit. He thanks us for the stream. Got to go take care of a grand dog. Good to have you with us, Bill. Thank you. Looks like our next departure is going to be American Airlines flight 1805 to Oklahoma City. A321.
481, line up and wait, 17 right. 22 at the share route line around 465.
Yeah, 1805 is the flight number.
171 headed targeting. American 1271. Take off 20 miles to show us 667. A lot of boys to go to the way. 5040 to John and 17 center for line. 115 architect.
Some double barrel regional action for you here.
4481 on after check, 17 right to take off. 4481 take off 17 right on after check. 4002 DFW down and 17 right on voice cross on the way.
Plane taking off is going to Corpus Christi in Texas, and the plane landing is coming in from Houston Hobby. And now we're getting some spray over here because the wind is shifting a bit. I do have, you know what I think? I may have to put things down for a second. Again, while I go over to the car. I got some emergency, for situations like this, shower curtains in case I have to cover things up temporarily. So hang on a second, let me re-cue the music and I'll be right back. So there is our defense. Shower curtain liners, which will be deployed in the event of spray that gets too close to our gear. So you might see at some point everything turn to white. Why Dave, or is that Wisconsin Dave? I gotta go now. Also, I'm glad I found your channel. I'll be back. So glad you found us, and I'm especially glad that you'll be back. Thank you, Dave. Raina Taylor saying so long. Thanks for the stream, Walt, and much thanks for getting my parents' flight to Colorado. I'm going to go now. Have a great day, everyone. Have a great day yourself, Raina. Thank you. As we deal with planes and sprinklers.
I'm going to repart, clip takeoff, 18 Masters, shuttle 722.
And there's some subscriber talk in the chat. We're up to 5,207, so we've surpassed the 5,200 mark of subscribers. And again, a subscription to Runway DFW or any YouTube channel is free of charge. So please do subscribe and like to our channel before we are inundated with water. That was American Airlines Flight 744 coming in from Oklahoma City in A321. And if you weren't here earlier, hang on a second, I gotta go get my empty water bottle. I was trying to toss it in the trash, which is just next to us, but I missed and I don't want it flying around, so hang on a second. And we're back. Sorry, if it's not one thing, it's another. And are we having transmission issues again? I'm seeing a still picture on my return feed. Still sprinkling, still dealing with that. Cal's 1136 saying, stay tuned for Walt's latest adventure. Sprinkler spotting.
This is Runway DFW.
It's fun! We're number one!
In sprinkler spotting. Kevin is saying hello. He says, I'm new to YouTube. I started 10 days ago. So welcome. We hope you'll find Runway DFW to be a friendly place to hang out. And Kel's 1136 saying, all good here as far as the feed. Okay. Because what I do is I've got two different connections. One, our main connection, and the other is another hotspot, which I just use for monitoring. And that one is, last I looked at it, was kind of frozen up a little bit. Maury Freeman saying hi from the UK. Hello, Maury. We have a lot of other UK-based viewers to our channel, so we welcome you as another one. And Runway Collin County saying, Walt, I've been watching with my dad for a bit, so thanks for the stream at my local international airport. And yeah, that was kind of the genesis of my of what I was doing, of what I decided to do, because I wanted to watch what you're watching now, but nobody was doing it at the time. And this was last fall. So I thought I'd give it a shot. Started with some pretty basic equipment and moved up a bit. So now we have a 3-camera shoot, as we saw that American Eagle plane coming in from Santa Fe, New Mexico on an hour and 25-minute flight on that Mitsubishi 701 ER.
2603, see you.
I think I was supposed to be looking out for someone whose friends were going out to Newark. I haven't missed that flight yet. It would have been going out on the east side, and because of the interruption we got from sprinklers, it does tend to distract one when one is trying to keep their gear from getting wet. So let's see, one plane is taking off. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 planes lined up. And because they're so close together, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to tell you where they're all going. I'll do my best.
RNAV to land 18 left, clear for takeoff, 1.3222.
So here we've got what looks to be, I can't tell if that's a, it's like an Embraer 175, doesn't it? I'm squinting at my viewfinder.
B Park 18 left, clear for takeoff, Sky Star 229.
So what just left was going to Corpus Christi in South Texas, an American Eagle flight. This one might take me a moment or two to get the ID on it. Oh, here come the sprinklers right next to us. I'm going to zoom out here.
Careful takeoff, wide left, American 3.
So you can see the proximity. So there's one right there. And there's one right there. Now, I definitely did make the right decision to move back. I think we may get a little misty here, but I don't know that we're going to get any direct spray. I think as a precaution, I may drape. See if that's going to be necessary. Raina Taylor has favored us with a $5 super chat. Thanks again, Walt, for getting my parents' flight. You're amazing. We'll definitely get to see each other soon. Hope so. Thank you very much, Raina. That's so kind of you. So yeah, I think I'm going to get out one of my shower curtains here. Try to clamp it down over our gear, which will leave us with pretty much, well, I think we'll still have two cameras, but I don't think I'll have a way to switch them. I'll have to see. That camera you're looking at is going to go away. You switch to camera 2. It's windy too, so maybe you can. It's not as wide of a shower curtain as I thought it was going to. Oh no. There we go. Now I got to get my clamps out. Hold on. I think it's annoying music time. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, so if you're just joining us, I'm trying to keep our equipment from getting sprinklered, and I'm going to try to show you what's going on here with camera 2. That is camera 2. Okay, so here we go. There's our gear. It's kind of covered up from the spray over there with this impromptu shower curtain, which keeps the spray away. So I think that'll work, so we won't have to go any further afield. And I apologize for this disruption in Runway DFW. kind of batten down the hatches here to keep us dry, so stand by. These sprinklers can't stay on forever, can they? About this time of day, when it gets this hot, Lori, I kind of want to run through the sprinklers too. Just kind of waiting out the sprinklers here before we can return to regular broadcasting. Alright, the good news is the sprinklers have stopped. And now it's time to see if I can get this shower curtain put away. So hang on, stand by, bear with us. Alright everyone, I think I've got everything packed up. Well, what I mean to say is that I had the shower curtain I had to wrap up. Now I've got to stuff it down there so it doesn't fly away. There, okay, so I apologize for all that. Thank you for bearing with us. Someone I know just unsubscribed. So I'm sorry. Let me get things rearranged here because we've moved. For those of you who are just joining us, we had to move because of sprinklers, and then the sprinklers that were closest to us, we had to cover up our gear because of them with a shower curtain. So I think we're finally getting back to normal here. Got an interesting little jet here, a Bombardier Challenger 550 on its way to Las Vegas. This belongs to Net Jets. It's a 4-year-old Challenger. But it's going to be preceded by this other plane here, a little bigger one. It's American Flight 1820 off to Ontario in California. saw coming in there was Flight 802 from Raleigh-Durham. American Flight 802. So here, yes, this is the flight to, this must be the flight to Ontario. I think I may have misidentified a previous flight on Runway DFW. And that one that just came in, there on the right, is from Nashville, Flight 1801. To reset camera 2 there, and I think we've got a super chat. Gus Leon. Hi Walt, watching from San Jose, Costa Rica. Music is fine. Nice setup. Some people don't like the music. Nice job keeping the equipment job. You and the equipment dry. You and Charlene keep up the great work. Thank you, Gus. With 2,500 of whatever the currency is in Costa Rica, which I apologize for not knowing. But thank you. It's very much appreciated. There's another, oh, that's the jet we saw earlier that's finally getting to take off. See if I can pick this up as it goes down. And again, these little jets don't need a heck of a lot of runway. No, they do not. Quieting down just a bit. As we look at American Airlines Flight 384 to Zihuatanejo in Mexico. That was Delta flight from Minneapolis. Let's see if we can catch that landing here. Just barely. So now we can go back to the Zihuatanejo flight. It is a Boeing 737-800, 11-year-old aircraft. And we're about to get an arrival with an American Eagle CRJ 900ER. Coming in from Gulfport, Mississippi. we miss there? The daily Polar DHL flight from Cincinnati, I want to say. It usually comes in on the other side of the airport. And yes, that is a Polar Air Cargo DHL 767, which says here arrived 16 minutes ago. So it's been kind of slowly making its way over here to its cargo facility on the west side of the airport. That flight was coming in from MLI Airport, Moline, Illinois. And there you see the tail of a 777. We'll show it to you in a little wider view here. That one's off to Honolulu. Did I say Honolulu? Honolulu. It's American flight 123. And a 321 is about to arrive, an Airbus 321. So flight 123, meet Airbus A321. That's coming in from Tucson, Arizona, that one there in the foreground. Runway Collin County is letting us know retroactively that we missed a special livery of Qatar Airways from Doha 15 hours ago. 777-200LR. Well, what are we going to do? We can't be here 24/7, unfortunately. John, Afil is kind enough to say Walt is the best plane spotter. I really wouldn't claim that title. I'm happy to do this, and I'm learning as I go along. And of course, Flight Radar 24 is pretty indispensable. Jetronics Jones is saying this channel is a hidden gem. It will grow for sure. Thank you, not Jetronics. Jetorix Jones. I apologize for that. I always get mad when I mispronounce people's names because my name is not the easiest one to pronounce at a glance. And Jetorix is saying, I got the 200th like. Good morning from Deep East, Texas. That was a message he sent before the one I just displayed. I'm kind of going backwards in the history here. Where are we subscriber wise? We're up to 5,212, 5,213, 5,215. It's moving as I'm looking at it. Lots of new subscribers today. 5,217. So we're getting close to being halfway. 5,218. It's going in the right direction anyway. We're not losing subscribers, so.
Unavoided American 619.
And Jedrix is saying, Walt, you pronounce Nacogdoches better than my name. No worries, friend. Thank you. All right, well, let me get up from my little folding chair there, which provides a little respite while I take a load off. We have some activity here at the top of runway 18 left. We've got what looks to be an A319 rolling. I need a hood on my viewfinder, I think, at this point. Oh, there it is. There it is. There goes my title as the best plane spotter, right? That plane was going to Querétaro in Mexico. This one, it's an A321 coming in from Las Vegas. And you don't have to go to Las Vegas to gamble. Mrs. Runway DFW assigned me to purchase Mega Millions lottery tickets last night. Let's just say more than 10. And let's just say none of them hit the mark. And I don't know, did anybody win the what was it, more than $1 billion jackpot last night? You would think somebody would have, but that's a lottery here in the US for those of you who are listening or watching from overseas. That flight you are looking at there is American 2046 737-800 on its way to Los Cabos in Mexico. A popular destination from here. I think it's among the top, certainly in the top 10. Last I looked, if I remember right. And for your reference, the next flight you'll see coming in on runway 18 right, which is closest to us, will be American Airline or American Eagle flight 4153, operated by Envoy Air, coming from Grand Junction, Colorado. After a 2-minute flight, it's an Embraer 175 LR, and I guess it's going to be moving before That outgoing flight does.
Take up 18 left, Runway American, 2040.
And Mrs. Runway DFW is informing me that someone won the Mega Millions jackpot. Not us, however. Nate Sewell said someone in Illinois. So congratulations to the big winner. And no better time than to tell you that if you're watching Big Winner, Runway DFW is brought to you by you. So if you would like to contribute to our humble little effort to show what goes on here at DFW International Airport, you can go to streamlabs.com/runwaydfw. Offer unto us a one-time or a monthly contribution to our efforts to help pay for our streaming expenses and our equipment purchases, and even the occasional cup of coffee. So that's where you can go, or you can leave us a super chat here in the Runway DFW YouTube chat room. And thank you in advance. Hey, we have a winner. Fareed Abed says, I won $4. The question is, and I don't expect you to answer this, how many tickets did you buy to win that $4? Yeah, it's pretty much, for most people, it's a losing proposition. But, you know what they say. If you don't buy a ticket, you can't win. Runway Collin County asks if Air Force One has been here before. I believe it's been here to DFW Airport a number of times. It often will come in to, if the president has an engagement in the city of Dallas, the plane will often come in to Love Field in Dallas, which is closer in. And conversely, if the president has an engagement in the Fort Worth area, it will come into the military, the Joint Reserve Base at Carswell. Used to be Carswell Air Force Base. So, yeah, I've never seen Air Force One here in my time, but that's not. I'm here a couple times a week since last November. But I think it all depends on where the president is going, and they just pick the closest airport, or the one with best security, to convey him to that location. There's our daily Emirates flight. It occasionally will come in on this side, but today it is on the far side of DFW, on the, well, the far side to us, on the east side. There's the tail. Once it slows down and starts taxiing, it will be headed over to the west side to the... Oh man, did I not punch that up? I guess I didn't. Well, sorry about that. That's what happens when you don't have a tally light. What I was painting the word picture of the Emirates flight coming in from the Middle East, and I thought I had punched it up and I didn't, and you didn't see it. Meanwhile, we have received an alert that the daily flight, or more or less daily flight from London, Heathrow, of the British Airways Airbus A380 has lit up on the scoreboard. So we will be seeing that here, or those who are in attendance at DFW Founders Plaza will be seeing that later today. And I'm not sure if it's running late or early or whatnot. If it is, if it comes in as scheduled, it's supposed to be here around 5 o'clock Central Time. The A380 Super Jumbo. The only one that we see currently here at DFW. That was American Flight 1067, an A321 coming in from the mile-high city of Denver, Colorado. And what you're looking at there in front of us appears to be American Flight 1415, headed off to Vancouver in Canada. And now we have an aircraft that just disappeared from the radar. But right behind it, we'll have a Dreamliner take off. Kind of a crazy morning here. There's that Dreamliner. its way to Maui.
Mark recognized them on audio.
And there it goes. Now things are a little bit quieted down here. And I'm going to take this opportunity. I've been kind of putting this off because we've had a few interruptions here today. But I've got to pop on my protective shirt and hat because sun rays are not good for my skin. So bear with us for another temporary interruption, and we will be right back on Runway DFW. Hold on.
This is Runway DFW.
In the morning.
Chris, you're kind of right. Well, it wasn't water time. It was time for Walt to put on his crazy hat that covers his head a little better, and his neck and his ears, and his long sleeve shirt on a day which, as it turns out, is probably not going to turn out to be 100 degrees Fahrenheit today, which I'm grateful for. Still going to be hot in the 90s, but yeah, it's a welcome respite. And I didn't have time to get my water, but now I have it. So let me turn the volume down so you're not listening to me gulping. Oh, so refreshing. I had to take one final gulp. I have a cooler, which is right next to my broadcast table here, filled with frozen things to keep drinks cool. And we got more flights ready to take off here from Runway DFW here on the west side of the airport. You may have seen it go through your picture. Oh, it's going through now? Is that it? The Alaska Airlines plane, which is going to Seattle, 737-900. Preceding it will be an American Airlines plane, a A321 off to Salt Lake City. So this is a 10-year-old Airbus A321. Lori M says the great thing about this weather, at least here in North Texas, is that you can wash your car, wax it, get it detailed, and there's absolutely no fear of a storm messing it all up. Right you are, Lori M. My vehicle is covered not in dirt and grime, but in bugs.
2845, runway 18 left, line up and away.
Is this Alaska flight going out first? I guess it is. And we've got an incoming American Airlines A321 from Pittsburgh, which we don't generally see on this side of the airport, but we will welcome it in your viewfinder in just a second. There it is. So that's coming from Pittsburgh.
Runway 18 left, clear to take off, American 2845 on SLR. Thanks.
And this Alaska flight, mouth not working. This Alaska flight is off to Seattle, which makes me think I need coffee. For some reason, the mention of the word Seattle makes me think of coffee. So there's the American flight to Salt Lake City, where I've just recently read that the Salt Lake is drying up. Which is expected to have a negative impact on the regional economy. Can't punch up or comment now, but Lori says we're all dying of heat stroke in our immaculate vehicles. Yeah, but I have washed my car once or twice just to get rid of the bugs that accumulate on it.
American 2845, you have a good one.
All quiet on the takeoff front. Well, there is actually little CRJ 900 ready to take off to Wichita. But we're going to take a look here at, oops, sorry about that. American Flight 1395 coming in from Minneapolis, St. Paul in the great state of Minnesota. Stepping up to the plate there is that CRJ 900 off to Wichita. And that you see there is American Flight 1550, 1550. That is bound for Las Vegas. See, when I say that is bound for Las Vegas, it's supposed to begin taxiing and, not taxiing, it's supposed to start accelerating into the, down the runway. That was your cue. Let me try it again. Bound for Las Vegas. Doesn't seem to be working.
Nothing but the best
on Runway DFW.
Now, one of our lamer jingles. Bound for Las Vegas. There it goes. I guess I must be kind of a control freak. Because when I issue that command, bound for Las Vegas, and it doesn't do it, I feel like I'm not doing something right. We have an Albuquerque bound flight, American Flight 928. I think I'm going to need a drink of water soon again. It's a 737-800 about to enter your field division. There it is, and that'll be followed by American Flight 2798, an Airbus A321, which is off to San Francisco. There's the Albuquerque bound flight. Albuquerque, which seems like it would be the unlikely home of two of the finest television series that in recent memory. Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. Sam Richardson is back. Hi everyone. Hope you're all okay. I've been out today, but I'm back to see more planes. Hope you're all doing well.
Yeah, 928, ready for departure, 1A left. Depart clear for takeoff, 1A left, American 928.
Jetterix Jones every evening during the week when I'm in my garden. The British Airways A350 from Austin to London flies over at about 25,000 feet. And I wave. I'm sure the people on the ground appreciate your support, or the people in the air appreciate your support. I guess I've never really thought about when I'm in a plane looking down and thinking, people are looking up at me. But I guess until relatively recently, you wouldn't have thought that as you're taking off on a flight or landing, people around the world are going to be looking on as you land or take off. I have to admit, it'd be kind of cool if you were taking off and actually watching your plane take off now that they have Wi-Fi on board. I've told this story before, but stop me if you've heard it. I was aboard one of the first test flight. Well, I don't know if it was a test flight. It was a demonstration flight, I guess, of onboard Wi-Fi. And the plane took off here from DFW and it landed back at DFW, and we got to see what Wi-Fi was like on board in, I guess it would have been the mid to late 90s. Could that be right? Or maybe it was the early 2000s. But at any rate, you can bet it was pretty slow. Really only good for email. But at the time it was kind of a revelation and kind of made you think about what it could be like in the future. You're looking at American Airlines Flight 2798. It's an A321. It's going to be outbound to San Francisco on runway DFW.
Golf 1 left, American 2798.
And there it goes. Off to San Francisco. David B. is here with us, entertaining view, observing from Europe. God bless. Thank you, David. I guess that brings up a question. How did you all find Runway DFW? Were you searching for DFW Airport? Were you looking for Just looking for any aviation live stream. I'm kind of curious. Maybe you don't even remember, but yeah, if you're in the chat room, let me know how you found us. Was it recommended by YouTube, which I think is how we get most of our new viewers. See, last time I looked at the subscribers, we were at 5,218, and we've climbed by 1 to 5,219. But as I said, that's the one direction you want to go in, is up. Here we go with what looks like a Sun Country aircraft. That was Flight 501 Sun Country coming in from Minneapolis, St. Paul, aboard that 737-800, which is 11 years old. We have a viewer from Egypt, Ahmed Gamal. Welcome to you, Ahmed. So happy to have you with us. Vince Las Vegas says Runway DFW was recommended to him via YouTube, but also from also by Kevin from Airline Videos Live, and that was so nice of him to do. We are big fans of Airline Videos Live. I've certainly learned a lot from Kevin and the other big streamers. John said, I typed in DFW Airport and your videos came up. I watched and said, hey, this is really awesome. Thank you, John. Paula Trahern said, I found you as it came up as a suggested video to watch. I like watching other aviation feeds. I'm in the UK and I'm enjoying your stream. Thank you so much, Paula. It's tea time there, isn't it? Just about. Have a cuppa for me. Whenever Mrs. Runway DFW and I find ourselves in London, we always go to the tea room on top of Harrods for that kind of authentic, I guess it seems authentic. I mean, we're tourists. How do we know? But it seems very authentic. You get the little sandwiches and whatnot. Little cucumber sandwiches. Had some crows over here a second ago. They were kind of interested in this lollipop. It can't possibly be good for you, bird. Can't you find any bugs? Oh no, you took the whole thing. I guess it's sweet. He seems very proud of himself. I don't know if he's going to fly with that or not. Take it down into the wooded area as he's followed by all his bird friends. And that's where you can put your smokes, folks. Brian James said, Our channel was recommended by YouTube since I watch quite a few other spotting channels. I enjoy viewing different airports around the world and really enjoy your stream. Thank you, Brian. Let's get back to business here, shall we? We've had a little bird timeout. It's an Embraer 175. It's an American Eagle flight. It's coming in from Monterrey in Mexico. And we remind you that we're coming to you live from DFW Founders Plaza. This is not as good of a shot as we had before. Before we had to move, for those of you who are just joining us, we had to kind of relocate our broadcast position about 4 or 5 feet to avoid sprinklers. I was here the other day when the sprinklers came on. I thought, okay, I made a mental note, 11 o'clock. That's when I'm going to have to clear out by. But today was a little different story. They came on about 2 hours earlier, so random sprinkling. I guess I'll have to make just stay out of the way, I guess. More planage. This Embraer 145 is coming in from Waco in Texas. And I believe that to be around a 25-minute flight.
Good day, American 2667.
26 minutes. Waco's the place when we went to Austin Bergstrom Airport a month or two ago, a couple months ago. That's where the Runway DFW official electric vehicle stopped to recharge. There are some of the tails parked at the International Terminal D, and you can see that heat haze, that kind of mirage-like look is settling in here.
Tower November 8587 Hotel with you and the info on visual 15 plus. Clerk line, runway 13 left, 8587 Hotel.
Sam said, Walt, please go travel to England one day to see what it looks like. It is awesome. Yeah, I've been there. I've only been there twice, and I'm dying to go back. My wife has been there at least maybe 2 or 3 more times than I have. She would just go there on her own before we met and travel around by train and just see what the countryside was like. But there's so much of England that of the UK that we'd both like to see. Neither of us has been to Scotland or to Wales or you know, those islands intrigue us. The Isle of Man. So yeah, there's. I know at some point I'll get back over there, I hope. Catherine Burkett saying, next time head to Harrogate or York and sample the delights of genteel northern dining at Betty's Tea Rooms. Sounds delightful. I know we're big fans of Cornish clotted ice cream. Or clotted cream ice. I don't know what they call it, but oh man. I think I just gained 3 pounds thinking about it. That A321 is on its way to... I lost it. Sacramento in California. American Flight 2081. I think it's almost time for another
American 21, a 20-1, good.
beverage. I'm getting my thermometer out of the sun. It reads 100, but it's been sitting in the sun. So that's not an accurate reading. Our satellite truck's been through a lot today, putting up with all the moving about, and you know, that had to get out of the way too of all this sprinkling so as not to upset its delicate electronics. Michael Muscat saying, I'm always looking out for new plane spotting streams, and I found you in search. So it's good to know that we're showing up in the search engines. Here's a shout. Oh, Michael is shouting out from Windsor, Ontario in Canada. That's a nice shout. Windsor, of course, right across the water from Detroit. Ahmed Gamal says, I enjoy watching the stream. Thank you, Ahmed. And Paula Trahern is saying it's 4:12 p.m. Cheers. Cheers to you. And Jedrick saying smoky Earl Grey tea is the best. I've heard of Earl Grey tea. I don't know if I've had the pleasure of sampling the smoky variety. And getting back to our question of the moment, how you found Runway DFW. Brian says, recommended by YouTube since I watch quite a few other spotting channels. I enjoy viewing different airports around the world. Really enjoy your stream. Thank you. Catherine is saying more Brit talk. Be careful with the public deployment of jam and cream on your scone in Devon and Cornwall. You will be judged mercilessly. So I will be mindful of that.
American 2674 is ready to go.
That American Airlines flight was coming in from the capital of Texas in Austin. Airbus A321. It's getting hazy out there. We have our video switcher, our vision mixer, and our computer sitting on top of fans, but we're getting to the point of the day. Looks like in the shade it's about 95 degrees right now, Fahrenheit. And I should translate that for you and the rest of the world. So that's the equivalent of 35 Celsius. So it's a bit of a warm one today. But I think the last I checked the forecast, it looked like we're not getting up to 100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is usually the melting point. I guess I shouldn't say the melting point. I'm going to take a long look at a Frontier flight coming in. This is flight 1371 from Chicago Midway with the Al the Roadrunner livery. I suspect we won't be able to quite make out Al the Roadrunner at this distance. This plane is coming in over on the east side of DFW Airport. And the sun is not doing us any favors as far as seeing the tail, but I guess if you were looking at this on a big screen TV, you might be able to make out Al there on the tail. It's kind of a blur to me as it goes behind the structures on the east side. Our next incoming flight is another American Airlines. It's flight 1112 from Phoenix, Arizona, an Airbus A321, which is brand new as of March. So here you go, folks. Take a look at what a brand new A321 looks like on Runway DFW, shall we? Perhaps not a landing I would put on my resume reel, but everything seems okay. Runway Collin County says, "How did you get that sticker on the sticker?" We took it to professional painters, and no. I took a picture of the satellite truck and then superimposed the logo on the photograph and then resized the photograph to print out and then plastered it on the truck. It doesn't look that good in person, really, but on TV I guess it Bill Culdum says that was a scary landing. Thought he might go around. Yeah, I guess. We say hello to Nanda Gopal. Hi. Hello to you. Thanks for watching Runway DFW. Nanda. And Bill Culdum is a fan of our satellite truck. Well, if you ever get over here, Bill, we'll give you a tour. Exactly 10:30 here at Runway DFW. We have another aircraft about to land. It's an A321 coming in from El Paso, American Flight 537. I have to be honest with you, everyone. This hasn't been the best morning for flights of liveries other than American Airlines. I mean, we've seen some other planes, but even here we see a little more variety. And again, on Saturday, we don't get the cargo action that we would get on a weekday morning, or I think even on a Sunday morning. I think Sundays are usually a little more active, as I recall, as far as cargo goes. I mean, there you see the one of the two UPS MD-11s, one of which came in this morning as we were setting up, but I think they're pretty much parked until Sunday at this point. Stitch is answering the question of the hour, how did you find Runway DFW? And Stitch says, I found this channel because of LA Flights Live, I believe. So I'm glad for that. Those guys do a bang-up job. Runway Collin County wants to know if I've been to Florida on a live stream. No. I haven't been to Florida in quite a while. I'm trying to remember the last time. I take my kids there to the Gulf Coast for summer vacations, and that was when my daughter was probably about 10, maybe, or 11, and now she's in her mid-30s. So it's been a while since I've been to Florida. Oh, my wife and I went to Florida. We went to, we flew to Miami, and then got a car and went to the Keys. That was a fun trip. I was fascinated with the overseas highway and its history. The overseas highway, of course, connecting all of the islands in the chain of the Florida Keys. So you get to Key West, which of course famously is just, what, 80 miles from Cuba, I think? So it was really fascinating to drive down that and to also see the remnants of the original route to Key West, which was by rail. They had built a railroad that spanned all the islands, and I really started reading about it and seeing what the deal was. Yeah, but to see it, see these remnants for real, and many of which are still used as part of the roadway. It's just really a bit of history. So I've been to Florida, but not on a live stream. We've got American Flight 2572 coming in from Santa Barbara, California. This will be in Airbus A319. So we have a young plane spotter there in the foreground. Sam Richardson, I'm going to go have my tea. Bye, Walt, and everyone. See you later after my tea. Bye, guys, and thanks for the show. Thank you for hanging out with us at Runway DFW. Runway Collin County asks, what is your favorite airline? I forget. Well, because of where I live, I haven't flown on a lot of different airlines, at least not in recent years. We talked, I think, on a previous broadcast about which airline you'd like to see come back, and I guess I get nostalgic when I think about Braniff, which was the primary airline right here when this airport opened up about 48 years ago. Balance my tripod a little bit there. This is American Flight 479, I think. And if that's what it is, it's going to Los Cabos in Mexico. But as I was looking at it, just kind of fell off the radar. But it's still there, I can see it.
418 left, envoy 4066.
That sound means I'm opening my cooler for another aqua break. So hang on for another moment or two and I'll be right back. jolted camera 2 while I was trying to put my drink back in the cooler.
This is Runway DFW.
It's fun!
Well, you're having fun, right? I hope so. Jedrix Jones saying Continental Airlines is the one I'm nostalgic about, and they've only been gone for a decade. I'm trying to remember if I ever flew on Continental. I know I had seen it, but yeah, I don't think I'd ever flown on Continental while it was hanging around. But I guess if you fly on United, in a way, you're flying on Continental, right? So we've got a couple planes which are now in line for takeoff. 3 actually on the way. First one is, do I have that on? Yes, okay. Oh no, we've got these things going again. But Mrs. Runway DFW is taking care of our chat room intruders. This is American Eagle Flight 5733 jetting off to Billings, Montana in the U.S. And now we've got an American Airlines A319 headed to Mazatlan in Mexico. Couldn't quite get the flight number there. 2471.
Takeoff when it left American 2941.
So we have had a parade of American Airlines planes, but it seems to me today, for some reason, it seems like there's more, even more than usual, or fewer of the competition than usual, I guess I should say.
Line up away on way 4217. 471, good day.
Now I'm just doing a little guesswork here, but obviously you've been reading the news. A lot of airlines are canceling flights.
2246 hour, good morning, 17 center for the land, wind 220
Either for staffing reasons or equipment reasons. Either the aircraft aren't available, or there have been flight delays which make equipment not available for the projected flight schedule. The airlines originally got a little optimistic about how many flights they could contend with for the summer season, and then they found out that staffing wasn't up to snuff. And you can see the takeoff queue over there at runway 18 left. Vince Las Vegas says, Walt, I absolutely love the music and audio fun that you incorporate into the production.
We're number one.
I'm a kind of a repressed disc jockey, I guess. Good morning to you, Mike Stellick. Hello. Sebastian Echeverria says, do you have to have good internet to plane spot? Well, you don't if you're just coming out here to watch the planes. That's not a problem. The issue is if you're trying to, and if you're trying to take pictures, that's not a problem either, or record pictures. The problem is when you're trying to do a live broadcast, and that's where we kind of have some issues on occasion. Like occasionally you'll see the picture just losing its frame rate, so it turns into either, well, it turns into a series of still pictures at its worst. And we've done our best. I now have 3 different hotspots available. The one I'm using now seems to be the most reliable because it can connect to 2 different connections at the same time. So let us take a look at some Spirit Airlines livery. That is, I guess we probably won't be seeing this for much longer. This is not their yellow bird look, but an older style. And I don't think they'll be repainting this one to yellow anytime soon, as long as the plan for Spirit to merge into JetBlue goes forward or is approved. Gonna deviate here for a little plane coming in. It's one of those little cargo planes that brings regional merchandise to and from the UPS cargo hub. It's coming in from Amarillo, Texas, a Beech C-99, a 40-year-old aircraft. And it looks like that Spirit is going to be next in line. Where did we say that was going, or did we say where that was going? Going to Los Angeles. I hear a car behind me. I think it's a car or a truck. It sounds like its air conditioner is going full blast, full tilt. Makes me a little jealous. So anyway, what is in store for Spirit? I don't even know if Spirit has been around as long or longer than JetBlue. It seems likely that JetBlue would retain its own name. So the question is, would it then rename Spirit to just folded into the JetBlue family. Okay, so our laptop's all charged up. I'm keeping an eye on power now since we've been on the air for... Razel Khan just subscribed to Runway DFW. Thank you, Razel. We've been on the air for 4.5 hours now. Our subscription number, last time we checked, was 5,219. We've now gained another 4 subscribers to 5,223. Where's the drum roll? Runway Collin County saying, I've been watching with my family, including my dog. Have been watching since 8 a.m., now almost 11 a.m. Great work, Walt. Thank you. What does your dog think about this? Ruff, ruff, ruff. Mike left this message a few minutes ago, Mike Stellick, saying from La Crosse, Wisconsin. Welcome to you, whether you're a first timer or just checking us out. Thank you very much. Get a little different view on our camera 3 here. That's not a very good view, is it?
Wait, on board 4166 on runway 18 left.
Let's see what I can do with that. We're kind of, sort of under a canopy, but it's not really providing us with any... Oh, no, I just turned off the camera. It's not really providing us with any shade yet. But I can... And the reason you're seeing my hand in there is I have to watch the picture on our main monitor before I can, so I can give it to you. But there's a little different view of what we see here. That's the beacon, which spins around with a green light at night, but not here during the day. There's this kind of the central plaza here at DFW Founders Plaza, which is why they call it a plaza. And I guess if I turn this around a little more, you'd see the flags. There we go, that's a little better. So you are looking almost directly to the west on that shot from our vantage point here. The wind is kind of shifting to the west-southwest now, because the flags are pointing more towards us. than they were earlier. So yeah, there seems to be a change in wind direction going on right now. That was American Flight 1025 arriving from Tucson, Arizona, in Airbus A321. You're seeing their American Flight 2328, or you did see it. That is on its way to Albuquerque. In the great state of New Mexico. Samana Razavi is endorsing Emirates as the best. And I don't know if Samana is referring to the livery or the service. I know that Emirates has a pretty good reputation for service. We next welcome this Sky West jet operating on behalf of American Eagle. Coming from the airport code YUM. Can you guess where that is? No, not Hershey, Pennsylvania. No, it's Yuma, Arizona. Yum. Another Airbus A319 is rolling down the runway. This one's headed south of the border to Chihuahua, Mexico. We're about to see the arrival of American Airlines Flight 2811 from Los Angeles, California.
55.
It's an Airbus A321. Right here on Runway DFW.
RNAV Laren 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 1955.
Sebastian wants to know, what time is your grandson's party? Well, I'm going to have to pack it in here pretty soon. I'd love to stay all afternoon, but I don't think I think I've got enough batteries, but I don't think my gear can endure the midday heat. There you see some plane spotters there hanging out, watching the planes come in. Yeah, I can feel the top of my switcher, my video switcher here, is getting hot to the touch. And that's usually about when it starts to freeze up and doesn't let me switch between the pictures anymore.
Nav to depart, 18 left, clear for takeoff, Skyway 38.
I think already one of my two phones. What, have we lost that picture now? Or did I push the wrong button? There it is. Sorry about that. Yeah, I think I'm about to make an executive decision here, ladies and gentlemen of the Runway DFW family. Charlene Dawkins, our executive producer, is urging you to subscribe now before I leave for the big soiree, my grandson's 6-year-old birthday party. But I think before I go there, I'm going to have to get a coffee to fuel up. We have accelerated our subscribership up to 5,225 today. So thank you all. Thank you, your new one, anybody who's new here, and everybody who's hung around. And Mike Stellick is imploring us for one more plane, which I think is trademarked by our pals at LA Flights. But if this is one more plane, it's not probably going to be the most exciting one. It's coming from Denver. It's a Sky West operating as on behalf of American Eagle. Oh no, it's operating on behalf of United, I'm sorry. So it's what, a United Connection, I think is what it's called. I don't think I've seen that one before. I know I've seen United Connection Embraer 175s. But that was Sky West operating on behalf of United Express, flight number 4690, Mitsubishi 701ER. And there you go. That's going to be our one more flight, I think. Unless let me check the radar. Let me make sure there's nothing that I'd be very sorry to have missed. And we'll give you this one, last one. This is coming in from Mexico City. At least it's an international flight, right? Okay, there we go. So that's it for this edition of Runway DFW. We've almost made it to 5 hours. Not quite. But we did okay, I think. Hope you guys had fun. We'll see you again soon. I don't know, I'm contemplating tomorrow. Hit the notification bell. That'll let you know. So if you needed something to do on Sunday morning, perhaps we could make that work. Alrighty then, that'll do it for this edition, this Saturday morning edition of Runway DFW. Thanks to all of you around the world who have been a part of it, who have made this a part of your day, all of it or some of it. We're very lucky to have had you here with us, and we hope you'll come back. Don't forget what we say, happy contrails to you until we meet again. My name is Walt, and my eternal appreciation goes to you for your support of Runway DFW. See you soon.